Well now, my dear friends, tonight's tale will carry you into a cold and snow-covered world, where the wind moves softly over frozen harbors. Warm lanterns glow in the dark, and an old legend walks quietly through the heart of winter. So settle in, get comfortable, and let the story gently carry you away. And before we begin, do not forget to subscribe, for your support means more than you know.
Somewhere beyond the drifting white dark, a single amber light was still awake, steady and warm, as though it had been waiting for a weary traveler all along. It hung in the window of a stone inn that sat at the edge of a harbor town, perched on a hillside where the cobblestone lane gave way to frost-covered steps descending toward the waterfront. The light came from a whale oil lantern, old brass with a pane of rippled glass, and it cast a soft golden oval against the falling snow. If you had been walking along that road on such a night, your coat pulled close against the cold, your breath trailing behind you in thin clouds, that lantern would have found you the way a lighthouse finds a ship. Not with urgency, not with alarm, but with a quiet, patient glow that seemed to say, "Come in. You have traveled far enough tonight." For the snow had been falling for most of the day. It had begun gently in the late morning, just a scattering of flakes drifting through pale gray light, and by afternoon it had thickened into a true winter snowfall, steady and unhurried. The kind of snow that transforms a landscape so completely that even the people who live there look out their frosted windows and feel as though they are seeing the world for the first time. By evening, the snow had laid itself over everything. It covered the rooftops of the harbor town like a thick white quilt. It settled on the rope coils along the docks. It gathered in the rigging of the few ships moored at the waterfront, turning them into silent sculptures of white and frost. The harbor itself was half frozen, a dark sheet of still water near the center where the current kept the ice at bay, but rimmed all around with a border of pale ice that crept outward from the pilings and the stone seawall, thickening with each cold hour. The town was called Brindle Cove. It was a small place, a northern coastal village that had once been busier in centuries past, when merchant ships and fishing fleets had filled its harbor, and its streets had hummed with the low, steady commerce of the sea. But the years had quieted it, the way years have a way of quieting most things. And now, Brindle Cove was a place of small rituals and familiar faces, of stone chimneys sending thin curls of smoke into the winter sky, of shuttered windows and salted paths, of neighbors who nodded to one another without needing to speak because they had already said everything that needed saying across the span of long, shared winters. The inn with the amber lantern was called the Hearthstone. It had stood in that spot for longer than anyone in town could precisely remember, though there were those who claimed it had been built before the harbor wall, before the chapel on the hill, before even the oldest of the oak trees that lined the lane leading down to the water. Its walls were thick, made of local granite fitted together by hands long since returned to the earth, and its roof was dark slate that bore the snow with an air of quiet endurance. Inside, the Hearthstone was everything a winter inn should be. The floors were wide oak planks, worn smooth by generations of boots and shoes and the soft passage of time. The ceiling was low, crossed with dark beams that had once been the timbers of a ship, and they still carried a faint scent of salt and pine tar if you stood close enough and breathed slowly. There was a fireplace that took up nearly one whole wall, built of the same gray stone as the inn itself, and in it a fire burned with a deep, steady warmth that reached into every corner of the main room into the marrow of your bones, into the quiet place behind your thoughts where rest begins. On this particular evening, the inn was not crowded, but it was not empty either. A handful of townsfolk sat at the tables nearest the fire, their voices low and comfortable, their words drifting in and out of one another's the way conversations do among people who have known each other for many years. There was Marn, who kept the inn, a woman of perhaps 60 with strong hands and silver-streaked hair pulled back in a loose braid, and she moved between the kitchen and the main room with an unhurried grace, bringing out bowls of thick stew and rounds of dark bread, filling cups with warm cider that sent up thin curls of steam. There was Edmund, the boatwright, who sat in his usual chair by the window, his large hands wrapped around a mug, watching the snow fall against the glass with an expression of deep contentment. There was old Nell, who lived alone in a cottage near the point, and who came to the hearthstone on winter evenings to sit by the fire and knit and listen, her needles clicking softly beneath the conversation like the ticking of a gentle clock. And there were a few others, fishermen and their wives, a young woman who taught at the village school, a retired harbor pilot who still kept the hours of the tide in his head, the way a musician keeps time. They were all warm, they were all sheltered, and outside the snow continued to fall. It was into this scene, this small and perfect winter evening, that the door of the hearthstone opened, letting in a rush of cold air and a swirl of snowflakes that danced briefly in the firelight before melting on the warm floor. Everyone looked up, not with alarm, but with the natural curiosity of people in a small town when a door opens on a winter night. And what they saw, standing in the doorway with snow on his shoulders and frost in his beard, was a figure unlike anyone they had seen in Brindle Cove before. He was tall, though he stood with a slight lean, the way a tall mast might lean after years of enduring wind. His coat was long and dark, made of heavy wool or perhaps something thicker, and it was dusted with snow from collar to hem. Beneath it, you could see the edge of a weathered vest and a shirt of dark linen, and around his neck he wore a scarf of deep blue that had been wound several times against the cold. His boots were tall, the kind made for the deck of a ship, salt-stained and worn but well kept, and they left wet prints on the stone threshold as he stepped inside. His face was weathered, deeply lined around the eyes and mouth, the kind of face that has spent decades looking into wind and weather and distance. His hair was long and silver-gray, pulled back loosely, and his beard was full but trimmed, frosted at the edges with ice that was already beginning to melt in the warmth of the inn. His eyes were a pale gray blue, the color of winter sea, and they moved slowly across the room with a calm, unhurried awareness, Bowie taking in everything and settling on nothing. He carried no weapon that anyone could see. He had no companion. He brought with him only the cold and the quiet authority of someone who has traveled a great distance across a great deal of weather and is at last arriving somewhere that might offer rest. Maren was the first to speak. She set down the pitcher she was holding and came forward, wiping her hands on her apron, and she said, in the plain, steady way she had, "Come in and close that door before the winter follows you inside." The stranger did as she asked. He stepped fully into the room and drew the heavy door shut behind him, and the cold air retreated, and the warmth of the fire reasserted itself, and the room settled back into its quiet comfort. He nodded to Moraine, a slow, a deliberate nod that carried in it something like gratitude, and he said, in a voice that was low and deep and unhurried, like the sound of a distant bell carried over calm water, "I thank you. I have been walking a long time." "Then sit," Maren said, gesturing toward the hearth. "There is stew, and there is bread, and there is cider, and the fire is warm." He moved to a chair near the fireplace. Not the closest one, but one set slightly apart, the way a man might choose a seat when he is used to keeping a small, comfortable distance from the world. He removed his coat carefully, shaking the snow from it onto the stone hearth where it melted almost immediately, and he hung it over the back of the chair. Beneath it, he was lean but broad-shouldered, the frame of a man who had once been formidable and who still carried the architecture of strength even as the years had softened it. He sat down slowly, the way someone sits who has been walking through deep snow for a long time and whose joints ache with the cold and the effort. And he leaned back and let out a breath that seemed to carry in it the weight of many miles. Maren brought him a bowl of stew, thick with root vegetables and salt beef and herbs from her summer garden that she kept dried in bundles in the kitchen. She brought him bread, still warm, and a cup of cider that had been heated on the stove with a cinnamon stick and a few cloves. The stranger accepted these with quiet thanks, and he ate slowly, methodically, the way travelers eat when they have learned not to rush a meal because they have known what it is to go without one. The others in the room watched him with sidelong glances, not staring, because that would have been rude, but curious all the same. Strangers came to Brindle Cove from time to time, of course. Merchants in the autumn, relatives visiting for holidays, the occasional traveler passing through to somewhere farther north. But this man did not look like any of those things. He looked like something else entirely. He looked like a man who belonged to the sea in a way that most people belong to the land. A man for whom the shore was not home, but merely a place where the water ended. It was old Nell who noticed it first. She had been watching him over her knitting, her eyes sharp despite her years. And she had seen the way he held his cup, wrapping both hands around it the way a sailor wraps his hands around a line. And she had seen the small tattoo on the inside of his left wrist, a compass rose done in faded blue ink, the north point aimed toward his fingers. And she had seen, when he moved his arm to reach for the bread, a glint of something at his belt. Not a weapon, but a small brass instrument. A sextant, perhaps. Or the housing of an old navigational tool, worn smooth by years of handling. And she had known. She leaned toward Edmund, who sat closest to her, and she whispered something that only he could hear. Edmund's eyebrows rose just slightly, and he looked at the stranger with new interest, though he was careful not to let his gaze linger. And then, as conversations do in small towns on winter nights, the whisper made its way around the room, passed from one person to the next in low murmurs beneath the crackle of the fire, until everyone in the hearthstone knew, or at least believed they knew, who the stranger might be. There were stories, you see. There had always been stories. In every harbor town along that northern coast, there were tales told in the deep of winter about a figure who appeared when the snow was heaviest and the nights were longest. A sailor, a captain, a man who had once commanded a ship so legendary that its name had become a kind of whispered invocation, spoken by fishermen and merchants and old harbor pilots when the ice came in and the wind turned bitter. The ship was called the Winter Song, and the man who had captained her was known in the quiet way that legends are known as Captain Elihu Frost. Now, whether the stories were true in the way that a map is true, with precise coordinates and verifiable facts, was something that no one in Brindle Cove or any other town along that coast could say with certainty. Legends are not built from certainty. They are built from the things people remember and the things people imagine, and the place where those two rivers meet and become something deeper than either one alone. But the stories were consistent, in the way that all good winter stories are consistent, and they went something like this. Captain Elihu Frost had sailed the northern seas for longer than any man should have been able to. He had navigated passages that other captains would not attempt. He had charted harbors that existed on no map. He had sailed through storms that turned the sky to iron and the sea to mountains. And he had come through them not with brute force or reckless courage, but with a deep, patient understanding of the water and the wind, the kind of understanding that comes only from a lifetime of listening. He was not a pirate in the way that the old broadsheets described pirates, with crossed swords and black flags and the roar of cannons. He was something quieter than that, something older. He was a man who had lived outside the laws of ordinary commerce and ordinary navigation, who had followed his own compass, who had answered to no harbor master and no admiralty, who had moved through the world of the sea like a winter wind moves through a forest, beholden to nothing but its own nature. The stories said that he had found things, hidden coves where the ice formed in shapes that looked like cathedrals, islands in the far north where the aurora blazed so brightly overhead that the snow on the ground turned green and violet and rose, channels between frozen cliffs where the silence was so deep that you could hear your own heartbeat echoing off the walls of ice. The stories said that he had collected not gold and jewels, though perhaps he had found those too, but something rarer. He had collected the winter itself, filling the hold of the winter song with the distilled essence of every cold and beautiful place he had ever sailed through, until the ship itself became a kind of vessel for the season, carrying winter wherever it went the way other ships carried cargo. And the stories said that when he grew old, older than any captain had a right to be, he did not die at sea or retire to some warm southern port. He simply began to appear, here and there, along the northern coast, walking through harbor towns on the coldest nights of the year, a tall figure in a dark coat with frost in his beard and the look of the sea in his eyes. He would stop at an inn. He would eat. He would warm himself by a fire. And sometimes, if the night was long enough and the company was right, he would tell a story of his own, in that low, deep voice, and the people who heard it would carry it with them for the rest of their lives, the way you carry the memory of a dream that was so vivid and so beautiful that waking from it feels like a kind of gentle loss. These were the stories that the people of Brindle Cove had heard, and whether or not the man sitting by the fire in the hearthstone was truly Captain Elihu Frost was a question that none of them were quite ready to ask. It was enough, on such a night, to wonder. It was enough to sit in the warmth and the quiet and watch the stranger eat his stew and drink his cider and gaze into the fire with those pale sea-colored eyes, and to feel the faint, delicious shiver of being in the presence of something that might be legend made real. The fire crackled softly. Outside, the snow fell and fell. The wind had picked up slightly, and you could hear it now, a low, steady murmur around the eaves of the inn, not harsh or howling, but conversational, as though the wind were telling its own story to the stones and the slate and the shuttered windows. Inside the hearthstone, the air was warm and still and scented with wood smoke and cinnamon, and the deep, savory richness of the stew. The lanterns on the walls cast overlapping circles of amber light, and in those circles the shadows were soft, not dark, but merely dim, like the edges of a comfortable memory. Marin moved about the room, refilling cups, adding a log to the fire, exchanging a quiet word with Edmund about the condition of the road to the point, which was likely to be impassable by morning if the snow continued. Edmund nodded and said he would check on the boathouse at first light, and then he went back to watching the snow against the window, his large hands still wrapped around his mug, his expression as peaceful as a man's can be, when he's exactly where he wants to be on a winter night. The stranger, the one who might have been Captain Frost, finished his stew and set the bowl aside with a careful deliberateness that spoke of a man accustomed to taking care of things, to stowing gear properly, as to leaving a galley table clean. He drank the last of his cider and held the empty cup for a moment, looking into it the way one might look into a tide pool, as though something small and interesting might be found at the bottom. Then he set it down too, and he sat back in his chair and he looked at the fire. It was old Nell who broke the silence. She had finished a row of her knitting and was turning the needles to begin another, and without looking up, in a voice as casual and comfortable as if she were remarking on the weather, she said, "You have the look of a man who has come a long way through the cold." The stranger turned his gaze from the fire to Nell, and the faintest trace of a smile crossed his weathered face. Not a broad smile or a warm one exactly, but something quieter, and something that acknowledged her words and the kindness behind them. "I have," he said, "a long way." "By sea or by land?" Nell asked, still not looking up from her knitting. "Both," he said, "though the sea was first. The sea is always first." Nell nodded, as though this confirmed something she had already suspected, and she let a moment pass before she spoke again. "We do not get many sailors here in the deep of winter. The harbor is half frozen already. The fishing boats are pulled up. The ice will close the channel soon enough." "I know," the stranger said. "I saw it from the ridge. The harbor looked like a painting. The boats pulled up on shore, covered in snow. The ice creeping out from the pilings. The masts of the ship still moored, standing up white against the dark sky. It was beautiful." "You came from the Ridge Road?" Edmund asked, his curiosity finally overcoming his reserve. The Ridge Road was the high road, the one that wound along the top of the coastal bluffs from the next town to the north. It was a hard walk in summer and something close to foolish in winter, exposed as it was to the full force of the wind off the sea. "I did," the stranger said. "The snow was deep there, up to my knees in places, but the view was worth it. You could see the whole coastline from up there, all the way to the point. The cliffs looked like they were made of iron. The sea below was dark, almost black, with white lines of foam where the waves broke against the rocks. And the snow was falling into the sea, and you could not tell where the snow ended and the spray began. It was all one thing, all one beautiful, cold, our quiet thing." He spoke slowly, with a kind of reverence, and his words settled over the room the way the snow was settling over the town, gently and without haste. The people in the hearthstone listened, not just with their ears but with something deeper, the way you listen when a voice carries in it the authority of genuine experience, the ring of truth that comes from a man who has truly seen what he describes. Marin brought him another cup of cider, warmed fresh, and he accepted it with that same quiet nod of gratitude. He wrapped his hands around it, and the steam rose between his fingers and curled upward toward the dark beams of the ceiling, and for a moment the room was very still, filled only with the soft sounds of the fire and the wind and the distant, almost imperceptible hush of snow falling on snow. "If you need a room for the night," Marin said, "there is one upstairs. It is small but clean, and there are extra blankets. The cold gets in through the north wall, but the chimney runs through the room, and it keeps the worst of it away." "I would be grateful for that," the stranger said. Marin nodded and went to prepare the room, and the others settled back into their evening, their conversations resuming in low, easy tones, though now there was a new current running beneath their words, a gentle electricity of curiosity and wonder that gave the night a quality it had not had before the stranger arrived. It was not excitement, exactly. It was more like the feeling of discovering that a familiar road leads to a place you have never seen, or that a book you thought you knew by heart contains a page you have never read. The fire burned on, steady and warm. The wind outside found its rhythm, a long, slow exhalation that rose and fell like breathing. The snow continued its patient accumulation, layering whiteness upon whiteness, covering the world in a silence so deep and so complete that it seemed less like the absence of sound and more like a sound in itself. A soft, immense, continuous note played on an instrument too large to see. The stranger sat by the fire and drank his cider and said nothing more for a long time. But his silence was not empty. It was full, the way a harbor is full even when the water is still, the way a winter sky is full even when there are no clouds. He was present in the room the way the warmth was present, quietly, thoroughly, reaching into every corner without effort or announcement. After a time, the young schoolteacher, whose name was Clara, looked up from the book she had been pretending to read and said, softly enough that only those nearest her could hear, "Do you think he is really who they say he is?" Edmund, who was sitting closest to her, glanced at the stranger and then back at Clara, and he shrugged his broad shoulders in a way that was not dismissive but genuinely uncertain. Who can say? There are stories, but stories are stories. Stories have to come from somewhere, Clara said. They come from winter, old Nell said without looking up from her knitting. Winter is where all the best stories come from. The cold makes people remember. And when they remember, they talk. And when they talk, the stories come alive. Clara considered this. She looked at the stranger again, at his weathered face and his pale eyes and the compass rose tattooed on his wrist, and she felt something that she could not quite name. A sense of recognition, as though she were looking at someone she had known in a dream, or someone whose face she had seen in the illustrations of a book she had read as a child. It was not a feeling of certainty. It was a feeling of possibility. And on a winter night like this, in a room like this, with the fire and the snow and the amber light, possibility was enough. The hours passed in the way that winter hours pass in a place like Brindle Cove, slowly and sweetly, like honey poured from a warm jar. The conversations ebbed and flowed. Someone told a story about the winter 3 years ago when the harbor had frozen solid, and the children had skated all the way to the lighthouse at the point. Someone else remembered a Christmas when the snow had been so deep that the doors of the houses would not open, and the whole town had climbed out through their windows and spent the morning digging one another free, laughing and calling to one another across the white drifts. These were the kinds of stories that winter towns produce the way orchards produce fruit, naturally and abundantly, each one polished by retelling until it gleams. And through it all, the stranger listened. He listened the way the sea listens to the land, with patience and depth, taking everything in, and giving back only the gentle sound of his breathing and the occasional rustle of his shifting in his chair. If someone directed a remark toward him, he responded with a word or a nod or a small gesture of his hand, but he did not volunteer stories of his own. Not yet. And the people of Brindle Cove, being people of tact and discretion, did not press him, or they understood, in the instinctive way that people of the coast understand, that a man who has traveled far through the cold has earned the right to his silence, and that some things are better offered than asked for. One by one, the townsfolk began to take their leave. The retired harbor pilot stood up, buttoned his coat, pulled on his wool cap, and wished everyone a good night before stepping out into the snow. his footsteps crunching away into the white distance. The fishermen and their wives followed, bundled together against the cold, their voices trailing behind them like the wake of a slow boat. The schoolteacher Clara reluctantly closed her book and rose, pausing at the door to look back at the stranger one more time before pulling up her hood and disappearing into the night. Edmund lingered as he often did, finishing the last of his cider with a kind of ceremonial slowness, and then he too stood, stretched his considerable frame, and said goodnight to Maren and to Nell, and, with a respectful incline of his head, to the stranger. And then it was just the three of them. Maren, who was wiping down the tables with a damp cloth. Nell, who was still knitting by the fire, her needles moving with the unconscious rhythm of a thing done so many thousands of times that it has become as natural as breathing. And the stranger, who sat in his chair and watched the fire with an expression that might have been contemplation, or might have been the beginnings of a deep and restful sleep, while Maren finished her wiping and came to stand near the hearth, her hands on her hips, looking at the fire with the appraising eye of a woman who knows exactly how much wood will be needed to keep a room warm through a winter night. She added 2 large pieces of oak, positioning them carefully so that they would burn slowly and evenly, and then she straightened and looked at the stranger. "Your room is ready," she said. "Top of the stairs, second door on the right. There is water in the pitcher and a candle on the table. The bed has been made up with extra quilts. If you need anything more, you have only to ask." The stranger looked up at her, and again that faint, quiet smile crossed his face, like the ghost of a warmer expression that had once lived there more freely. "You are very kind," he said. "This is a good inn, a good place." "It has been here a long time," Maren said. "It will be here a while longer." "Some things last," the stranger said. "The good things last." Maren regarded him for a moment, her eyes steady and perceptive, the eyes of a woman who has spent her life reading people the way a harbor pilot reads the water. "You are welcome to stay as long as you need," she said. "The winter is long here. There is no hurry." He nodded. "Thank you." Maren turned and went into the kitchen, and they could hear the quiet sounds of her banking the stove and putting things in order for the night, the soft clink of dishes, the creak of a cupboard door, the steady, reassuring soundtrack of a household settling into rest. Nell's needles clicked on, the fire murmured. The wind outside had grown quieter now, as though the storm itself were beginning to drowse, and the snowfall, which had been steady and determined all evening, had softened into something almost imperceptible. A fine, delicate sifting of white that you could feel more than see, like the lightest possible touch on your face. "I knew a man once," Nell said, "who had a compass that always pointed north no matter what, even if you spun it around, even if you put it near iron, even if you took it indoors. It always knew where north was." She paused in her knitting and looked at the stranger. "But you already know about such compasses, I think." The stranger met her gaze. His eyes, that pale winter sea blue, held hers without flinching and without challenge, like with the steady calm of a man who has been looked at and looked through and looked past by every kind of eye the world has to offer. "I have carried one," he said, "for many years." "And does it still point north?" "It does. North never changes, even when everything else does." Nell nodded slowly, as though he had confirmed something important, and she returned to her knitting. The needles clicked, the fire sighed, and a long, comfortable silence settled over the room. The kind of silence that is not awkward or heavy but restful. The kind of silence that two people can share when they understand each other without needing to explain. After a while, Nell folded her knitting into the basket at her feet and rose from her chair with the careful deliberateness of age. She pulled her shawl more tightly around her shoulders and looked at the stranger one last time. "Sleep well," she said. "The beds here are good. The walls are thick, and the fire will keep through the night." "Thank you, ma'am," he said, and there was something in the way he said it, a gentleness, a formality, a depth of respect that spoke of an older time and an older way of being in the world. Nell went out the back door, which led to a covered passage connecting the inn to a small cottage where she had lived for the past 20 years, and the stranger was alone. He sat for a few more minutes, watching the fire. The room was very quiet now, wrapped in the multiple layers of silence that a winter night creates. The silence of the snow, the silence of the sleeping town, the silence of the hour, the silence of the sea beyond the harbor, vast and dark and patient. The only sounds were the soft crackling of the fire and the occasional tick of the old clock on the mantelpiece, its pendulum swinging with the slow, measured rhythm of a resting heart. The stranger rose from his chair. He stood still for a moment as though finding his balance, and then he moved to the window and looked out. The glass was cold to the touch, and his breath made a small cloud on its surface, and through the clear spaces he could see the harbor below, the dark shapes of the buildings along the waterfront, the wide outlines of the boats pulled up on shore, the faint gleam of ice on the water. The lantern on the harbor wall was still burning, a small point of orange light in the vast white darkness, and beyond it, far out where the harbor met the open sea, there was nothing but black water and fallen snow and the suggestion, more felt than seen, of a horizon where the sea and the sky merged into a single, boundless darkness. He stood there for a long time, looking out at the winter harbor, his reflection a ghost in the glass. And what he was thinking, what he was remembering, what currents of the past were moving through him in that moment, no one could say. But there was a stillness about him that was deeper than the stillness of the room, a stillness that seemed to have been accumulated over many years and many seas, the way silt accumulates on the floor of a harbor, layer upon layer until it becomes something solid and enduring. Then he turned from the window and picked up the candle that Marin had left for him on the bar, and he lit it from the fire, and he climbed the narrow staircase to his room. The room was small, as Marin had said, but it was clean and comfortable in the way that rooms in old inns are comfortable, not with luxury, but with the accumulated warmth of having sheltered many travelers across many years. The bed was a heavy wooden frame, with a thick mattress and several layers of quilts, each one a different pattern, faded and soft from washing. The pillows were plump and smelled faintly of lavender. There was a washstand with a white pitcher and basin, a small chest of drawers with a mirror above it, and a single window that looked out toward the harbor. The chimney from the main room ran through one wall, and it was warm to the touch, radiating a gentle heat that took the worst of the chill from the air. The stranger set the candle on the bedside table and sat on the edge of the bed. He pulled off his boots, one at a time, and set them by the door. He unwound the blue scarf from his neck and hung it over the back of the chair. He sat for a moment in his stockinged feet, his hands resting on his knees, and then he stood and went to the window. From here, the view was different than from below. He could see more of the harbor, more of the town, more of the white landscape stretching away into the darkness. He could see the ridge he had walked along to get here, a dark line against the slightly lighter gray of the sky, and he could see the point beyond the town, where the lighthouse stood, its beam sweeping slowly through the snowfall, a long arm of light that reached out over the water and then withdrew, reached out and withdrew, patient and rhythmic and endlessly reassuring. He watched the lighthouse for a while, The beam swept through the falling snow, and the snow caught the light and turned it into something visible, something almost tangible. A broad, golden brushstroke painted across the darkness and then erased, painted and erased, over and over. It was beautiful. It was hypnotic. It was the kind of thing that could hold your gaze for a very long time if you let it. The kind of thing that could quiet your thoughts and slow your breathing and ease you gently toward the edge of sleep. The stranger drew the curtain halfway across the window, leaving a narrow gap through which the lighthouse beam could still be seen. A thin, intermittent flash of gold in the darkness. Then he climbed into bed, pulling the quilts up around him, feeling their weight and their softness settle over him like a kind embrace. The sheets were cold at first, the way sheets are always cold in a winter room, but his body heat began to warm them quickly, and soon he was cocooned in a pocket of warmth beneath the heavy layers, his head on the lavender-scented pillow, his eyes half closed, the candlelight making soft shapes on the ceiling. He did not blow out the candle right away. He lay there and let his thoughts drift, the way a boat drifts when it is at anchor in a calm harbor, turning gently this way and that with the current but going nowhere, held in place by something strong and sure. He thought about the walk he had taken that day, the ridge road with its views of the frozen coast, the way the snow had muffled every sound until the world was as quiet as the inside of a shell, the way the wind had found every gap in his coat and searched his pockets with cold fingers, the way the light had changed as the afternoon wore on, from a pale, silvery brightness to a deep, luminous gray, and then to the blue-black darkness of a winter evening when the snow stops being white and becomes instead a kind of blue, a deep, impossible blue that exists nowhere else in nature, that is the exclusive property of winter and night and snow. He thought about the town, seen from above, a scattering of lights in a valley that led down to the harbor, each light a window, each window a room, each room a life, each life a small fire burning against the cold. He had stood on the ridge and looked down at those lights and felt something that he had felt many times before, in many harbors along many coasts. A feeling that was not quite longing and not quite contentment, but something in between. A recognition that those lights represented something he had chosen to live without, or perhaps something that had chosen to live without him, and that the choice, whichever way it had gone, had been made so long ago that it was now simply part of the landscape of his life, as permanent and as unremarkable as the North Star. He thought about the inn, about the warmth, and the firelight and the faces of the people who had gathered there on this winter night. Good faces, kind faces, faces that had been shaped by the same wind and weather that had shaped his own, though in different ways. He thought about Marin, with her quiet strength and her generous hospitality, about Edmund, the boatwright, whose hands were the largest he had ever seen and whose eyes were the gentlest, about old Nell, with her sharp gaze and her clicking needles and her understanding, born of age and experience, that some questions are better left unasked, and about Clara, the young schoolteacher, who had looked at him with an expression of such open, unguarded wonder that it had stirred something in him, some half-forgotten sense of how the world looks when you are still young enough to believe that it contains things worthy of wonder. He thought about all of these things, and they were good thoughts, warm thoughts, the kind of thoughts that fill the mind the way a warm drink fills the body, from the inside out. And as he thought, the candle burned lower, its flame growing smaller and softer, and the room grew dimmer. And the lighthouse beam continued its slow sweep through the gap in the curtain, gold, darkness, gold, darkness gold. And his breathing slowed, and his body grew heavy, and the distance between waking and sleeping grew shorter and shorter until it was no distance at all. And outside, the snow fell on. It fell on the rooftops of Brindle Cove, and on the cobblestone streets, and on the harbor wall, and on the boats pulled up on shore. It fell on the frozen edge of the harbor and on the dark water beyond. It fell on the ridge road and on the cliffs and on the lighthouse at the point. It fell on the masts and rigging of the ships still moored at the docks, coating every line and spar with a fine white tracery that made them look like the skeletons of trees made of ice and air. It fell softly, endlessly, each with a patience that was almost devotional, as though winter itself were performing some ancient and sacred task, covering the world in white, making everything new, making everything clean, making everything quiet. The night deepened. The clock in the main room downstairs chimed 11 times, each chime distant and musical, muffled by the walls and the floors and the quilts and the snow. The fire below settled and sighed, sending up a small shower of sparks that danced for a moment and then disappeared. The wind outside lay down like a sleeping animal, its breath coming slow and even, and the snowfall, which had softened even further, became almost invisible, a whisper of white against white, felt rather than seen. In his room above the inn, the stranger slept. He slept deeply and dreamlessly, in the way people sleep when they have walked a long way through the cold and have found warmth at the end of it. His breathing was slow and steady, a rhythm as ancient and as natural as the tide, and his face, relaxed in sleep, lost some of its weathering and its lines and became, for a few hours, the face of a man who might have been anyone. A farmer, a fisherman, a teacher, a father, simply a man at rest in a warm bed on a winter night, wrapped in quilts and silence and the smell of lavender and wood smoke. The morning came slowly, as winter mornings do, not with a sudden brightening, but with a gradual, almost reluctant, lightening of the darkness, as though the day were not entirely sure it wanted to begin. The sky went from black to charcoal to a deep leaden gray, and then to a slightly lighter gray that was as close to brightness as this particular morning was going to offer. The snow had stopped sometime in the small hours, and the world outside the window of the hearthstone was white and still and utterly transformed. The stranger woke to the sound of a rooster crowing somewhere in the town, a distant, muffled sound that seemed to come from very far away, as though the rooster were crowing not from a backyard, but from another century. He lay still for a moment, feeling the weight of the quilts and the warmth of the chimney wall, and the deep, satisfying heaviness of a body that has rested well. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, at the old plaster with its fine web of cracks, and at the beam that ran across it, dark and solid, and at the pale light that was seeping in through the gap in the curtain. He got out of bed slowly, the cold air meeting his skin with a brisk, invigorating clarity that was not unpleasant, and he went to the window and drew the curtain aside. What he saw made him stand still. The harbor was completely white. The snow lay over everything in a thick, unbroken blanket, smoothing out all the edges and corners, softening every hard line so that the buildings and the boats and the docks and the seawall all seemed to merge into one continuous landscape of white, like a world sculpted from a single piece of ivory. The harbor water, what was visible of it, had frozen further overnight, and the ice now extended almost to the center of the harbor, pale and opaque, with a faint greenish tint at its edges where the depth of the water showed through. Beyond the ice, the open water was dark and calm, barely moving, and above it a thin mist hung like a veil, softening the line where the water met the sky. The ships moored at the docks were magnificent in their winter dress. Their masts and spars and rigging were coated in ice and frost, glittering faintly in the gray morning light, and their hulls, dark wood above the waterline and copper-sheathed below, were outlined in white where the snow had accumulated on every ledge and rail and deck fitting. They sat in the ice with a patient, dignified stillness, like old gentlemen in white coats waiting for a carriage that would not arrive until spring. The stranger looked at the ships for a long time. His eyes moved from one to another with a slow, deliberate attention, the attention of a man who knows ships the way a musician knows instruments, who can read the story of a vessel in the curve of its hull and the rake of its masts and the way it sits in the water. There were 3 ships moored at the docks: a sturdy fishing schooner with a broad beam and a shallow draft, a small coastal trader with a deck house amidships and cargo booms forward, and, farthest out, tied to the end of the longest pier, a vessel that made the stranger's breath catch in his chest. She was a brigantine, perhaps 90 feet from bow to stern, with a graceful sheer line and a narrow, deep hull that spoke of speed and seaworthiness. Her masts were tall, taller than seemed necessary for a vessel of her size, and her rigging, even coated in ice, was complex and extensive, matter the rigging of a ship that was made to carry a great deal of sail. Her bowsprit jutted forward over the ice with an air of quiet defiance, as though the frozen harbor were merely a temporary inconvenience, and the open sea were already calling her forward. And on her stern, barely visible beneath the snow and ice, was a name painted in faded gold letters: Winter Song. The stranger stood at the window and looked at the ship, and something moved in his eyes, something deep and old and private, like the shift of a current far below the surface of a calm sea. He stood there for several minutes, not moving, barely breathing, and then he turned from the window and began to dress. He dressed with the methodical care of a man who has spent his life in places where the proper preparation for cold can mean the difference between comfort and misery. He pulled on his heavy socks first, then his trousers, then his linen shirt and his vest. He wound the blue scarf around his neck and tucked the ends inside the vest. He pulled on his boots, lacing them tight, and then his coat, shaking it first to check that it was dry after its time by the fire. He picked up the small brass instrument from his belt, the one that old Nell had noticed, and held it in his palm for a moment, looking at it. It was a compass, of course, a beautiful old compass in a case of worn brass, its glass face scratched but clear, its needle poised and steady, pointing north. He looked at it and then closed his fingers around it and slipped it into his coat pocket. And then he left the room and went downstairs. The main room of the hearthstone looked different in the morning light. The fire had burned down to a bed of red coals that pulsed with a deep internal heat, and the windows, which had been dark mirrors the night before, were now filled with the pale, luminous gray of a winter morning. Maren was already up, moving about the kitchen with the brisk efficiency of a woman who has been running an inn for most of her life and who regards the daily routines of breakfast and cleaning and fire tending as something close to sacred. The smell of coffee was in the air, and with it the smell of baking bread and frying bacon. And these smells were so good and so welcome that the stranger felt his step quicken slightly as he came down the stairs, his body responding to the promise of food and warmth before his mind had even fully formulated the desire. "Good morning," Maren said, and appearing from the kitchen with a coffee pot in one hand and a cup in the other. "Sit down. Breakfast will be ready shortly." He sat at the same table where he had eaten the night before, and Maren poured him a cup of coffee, dark and strong and fragrant, and he wrapped his hands around it and felt the heat seep into his fingers and his palms and spread upward through his wrists and arms like a tide of warmth. He drank it slowly, savoring each sip, and through the window nearest him he could see the harbor and the ships and the white, silent world beyond. "The harbor has frozen further overnight," he said when Maren came back with a plate of eggs and bacon and thick slices of toasted bread. "It does that," Maren said, "every winter. By January, you could walk across it to the lighthouse pier if you were so minded. The children do. Sometimes, despite everything their mothers tell them." She set the plate down and stood for a moment, looking out the window with him. "It is beautiful, though. I have lived here all my life, and I still stop to look at it every winter morning. There is something about a frozen harbor that makes you feel like time has stopped." "Yes," the stranger said. "That is exactly what it feels like." He ate his breakfast, and it was good. The eggs cooked just right, the bacon crisp, the bread thick and warm, with a crust that crackled when you bit into it. He ate slowly, methodically, in the same careful way he had eaten the night before. And when he was finished, he sat back with his coffee and looked out the window again and said, "The ship at the end of the pier, the brigantine. What do you know about her?" Maren looked at him, and there was something in her expression that was hard to read, a mixture of curiosity and caution and perhaps a touch of something warmer, something like concern. "That ship has been here for a long time," she said. "She came in one autumn, years ago, and she never left. Some say she was abandoned. Some say her captain went ashore and never came back. Some say she is waiting." Maren paused. "No one has been aboard her in years. The ice comes in, and the ice goes out, and the ship stays. The harbor master keeps her listed in his books, but there is no name beside her, no owner, no port of origin. She is just there, like the cliffs and the lighthouse and the harbor wall, part of the landscape." The stranger listened to this with an expression that gave nothing away, his pale eyes steady, his face composed. When Maren finished, he nodded slowly and said, "She is a beautiful ship." "She is," Maren agreed. "Even after all these years, even with the ice and the neglect, you can see what she once was. She was built by someone who knew what they were doing, built for the open sea, not for harbors." "No," the stranger said, very quietly, almost to himself. "Not for harbors." He finished his coffee and stood. "I think I will walk down to the harbor," he said, "if the weather permits." Maren glanced out the window at the gray sky, at the white, still world. "The weather permits everything and nothing in Brindle Cove in winter," she said. "Take care on the steps. They will be icy." He put on his coat and his scarf and went out through the front door of the hearthstone, and the cold met him like an old acquaintance, familiar and bracing, wrapping itself around him with an intimacy that was not hostile but simply factual. The cold of a northern coast in deep winter, the cold of the sea and the snow and the iron-gray sky and the frozen ground. He stood on the front step of the inn for a moment, breathing it in, letting it fill his lungs and sharpen his senses, and then he began to walk down the hill toward the harbor. The steps were indeed icy, as Maren had warned, and he placed his boots carefully, testing each yarrow step before committing his weight, the way a man moves on the deck of a ship in rough weather with deliberate, balanced care. The steps led down through the town, past houses with snow-covered roofs and frosted windows, past a chapel with a small steeple that wore a cap of white, past a row of shops that were closed and shuttered, their awnings heavy with snow, past a stone horse trough that was frozen solid, a smooth white oval of ice with a few dead leaves trapped inside it like specimens in amber. The town was quiet. A few chimneys were sending up smoke, thin blue-gray columns that rose straight up in the still air before flattening out at some invisible altitude and spreading into a haze. A dog barked somewhere, a distant, muffled sound. A shutter opened in an upper window, and a face appeared, pale and curious. And then the shutter closed again. Otherwise, the streets were empty, the snow unmarked except for the stranger's own footprints, which he left behind him in a steady line, deep and precise, like the footprints of a man who knows exactly where he is going. He reached the waterfront and turned along the harbor road, a broad, flat road that ran parallel to the water's edge, outlined on one side with warehouses and net sheds and on the other with the stone harbor wall. The wall was about 4 feet high, capped with flat stones that were now covered in a smooth layer of snow, and beyond it the harbor spread out, white and still. The ice extended from the wall outward for perhaps 50 yards, and it was thick enough to bear weight, solid and opaque, with a surface that was not smooth but textured, rough in some places and glassy in others, marked here and there with small ridges and fractures that caught the light and gleamed faintly. Beyond the ice, the open water of the harbor was dark and motionless, reflecting the gray sky like a mirror. A thin mist hung over it. Not fog exactly, but a kind of exhalation. The breath of the sea made visible in the cold air, and it softened everything beyond it, all given the far shore and the lighthouse and the open sea beyond a quality of gentle abstraction, as though they were not quite real, but merely suggestions of themselves, ideas of a landscape rather than the landscape itself. The stranger walked along the harbor road, his boots crunching softly on the snow, his breath trailing behind him in small white clouds. He passed the fishing schooner and the coastal trader, both locked in ice, both silent and still, their decks covered in snow, their rigging glazed with frost. He nodded to them as he passed, the way a man might nod to familiar faces on a street, and continued on toward the end of the longest pier. The pier was a substantial structure of heavy timber, built to withstand the battering of winter storms and the crushing pressure of harbor ice. Its pilings were thick as tree trunks, and its planking was broad and solid, worn smooth by decades of salt and weather. The snow lay on it evenly, and no one had walked on it recently, so the stranger's footsteps were the only marks on its white surface, a single line of tracks leading out toward the ship at the end. The winter song lay there in the ice like a bird at rest. Seen up close, she was even more beautiful than she had been from the window of the inn. Her hull was dark, a deep blue-black that might once have been a true blue, and it was sheathed in copper below the waterline, green with verdigris where it was visible above the ice. Her deck was white with snow, and her rail was a continuous line of frost-covered wood, smooth and curved, rising slightly at the bow and stern. Her masts, 2 of them, rose high above the deck, bare of sails but dressed in ice, their stays and shrouds and halyards coated in a fine crystalline layer that turned them into something otherworldly, something that belonged more to winter than to the sea. The stranger stood at the end of the pier and looked at the ship. He stood very still, his hands at his sides, his head slightly tilted, and he looked at her the way a man might look at the face of someone he has not seen for many years, with an attention that is both hungry and gentle, searching for what has changed and what has stayed the same. A sound came from the ship, very faint, the creak of wood, the low, almost subsonic groan of a hull shifting in ice. It was a sound that all ships make, the sound of a living thing adjusting to its circumstances, and it carried across the still air of the harbor like a whisper. The stranger closed his eyes and listened to it, and for a moment, standing there on the frozen pier with the silent harbor around him and the gray sky above and the snow-covered world stretching away in every direction, He looked not like a man at the end of a walk, but like a man at the beginning of a memory. A man standing on the threshold of a room he has not entered for a very long time, gathering himself before he steps inside. He opened his eyes. He looked at the ship once more, taking in every detail, every line, every curve and angle, every patch of ice and every shadow. And then he turned and walked back along the pier, his footsteps retracing the path he had made in the snow, and he walked back along the harbor road toward the town. The morning passed quietly. The stranger walked through Brindle Cove with the unhurried pace of a man who has no appointments and no urgency, only a gentle desire to know a place by walking through it. He walked up the main street, past the grocer's shop and the chandlery, and the little post office with its flag hanging limp in the still air. He walked along the lane that led to the chapel, and he stood in the churchyard for a moment, looking at the gravestones that rose from the snow like the teeth of the earth, each one topped with a small white cap. Some of the stones were very old, their inscriptions worn smooth by time and weather, and some were newer, with names and dates that were still legible. He read a few of them, standing in the silence, and what he thought as he read them was his own affair, but there was a tenderness in his expression, a respect, as though he understood that every name on every stone represented not just a life, but a whole world. A world of mornings and evenings and meals and conversations and walks in the snow. A world as complete and as real as his own. He walked on, past the chapel and up the hill beyond it, to a place where the road crested and gave a view of the valley on the other side. The valley was wide and shallow, a broad bowl of white that was marked here and there with the dark lines of stone walls and the scattered shapes of farmhouses, each one trailing its thin plume of smoke. The fields, which in summer would be green with grass and dotted with sheep, were now featureless expanses of snow, soft and rolling, without a single footprint or track or mark of any kind. It looked like a landscape from a dream, a place that existed outside of time, outside of the busy, complicated world of human affairs, a place where there was nothing to do and nothing to be except present, here, now, in the cold and the white and the silence. The stranger stood at the top of the hill and looked at this view for a long time. The cold was sharp up here, sharper than it had been in the sheltered streets of the town, and he felt it on his face and his hands and in the tips of his ears, a tingling, insistent cold that was not painful but was impossible to ignore. He pulled his scarf up over his chin and tucked his hands into the pockets of his coat, and he breathed slowly, deeply, filling his lungs with air that tasted of snow and iron and the faint, clean salt of the distant sea. A crow flew over, black against the gray sky, its wings making a sound like tearing cloth, and it called once, a harsh, lonely cry that echoed across the valley and then faded into the silence. The stranger watched it go, a dark speck diminishing against the white, and then he turned and walked back down the hill toward the town. By the time he reached the hearthstone again, his cheeks were red with cold and his fingers were stiff, and the warmth of the inn enveloped him like an embrace as he stepped through the door. Marin was behind the bar, polishing glasses, and she looked up and said, "You've been walking." "I have," he said. "Your town is a fine place." "It is home," Marin said simply. "That makes it fine enough for me." She set down the glass and the cloth. "There is soup and bread, and the fire is fresh." He ate his lunch by the fire, a bowl of thick vegetable soup with chunks of potato and carrot and onion, and bread that Marin had baked that morning, still slightly warm, with a crust that was golden and fragrant. He ate slowly, as always, and between bites he gazed into the fire and listened to the sounds of the inn, the creak of the floorboards, the tick of the clock, the soft clatter of Morin in the kitchen, the occasional snap of a log settling deeper into the coals. After lunch, Edmund came in, stamping his boots on the threshold and brushing snow from his shoulders. He nodded to the stranger and sat down at the bar, and Morin poured him a cup of coffee, and they talked for a while about the harbor ice and the weather and the condition of some boat or other that Edmund was repairing in his workshop. The stranger listened with half an ear, not eavesdropping, but simply letting the conversation wash over him the way the warmth of the fire washed over his body, a background of human sound that was comforting in its ordinariness. Then Edmund turned to the stranger and said, with the directness of a man who builds things with his hands and does not much care for indirectness, "I saw your tracks on the pier this morning. You went out to look at the old brigantine." "I did," the stranger said. "She has been there a long time," Edmund said. "Longer than I have been boatwright here, and that is going on 30 years. She is in remarkably good shape, considering. The hull is sound, the keel is straight. Whoever built her used the best timber and the best methods. She was made to last." "She was," the stranger said. "Do you know anything about her?" Edmund asked, not with suspicion, but with the honest curiosity of a craftsman interested in his craft. The stranger looked into the fire for a moment before answering. "She was built in a shipyard in Eastport," he said, "a long time ago. The master builder was a man named Halverson. He used oak for the frames and planking, and pine for the masts, and the iron was forged by hand in a smithy that no longer exists. She was launched on a spring tide in the month of April, and the first wind that filled her sails was from the south, warm and strong, and she moved through the water like a thought." He spoke with a quiet authority that left no room for doubt, and Edmund leaned forward slightly, his large hands flat on the bar, listening with an intensity that belied his casual posture. "You speak as though you were there," Edmund said. The stranger's eyes, those pale winter sea eyes, met Edmund's steadily. "Some stories are told to us," he said, "and some we carry because they are ours." Edmund held his gaze for a moment, and then he nodded slowly once and said no more about it. But there was a new quality in his expression, a kind of reverence that was mixed with wonder, the look of a man who has just been given a gift he did not expect and is not quite sure how to hold it. The afternoon deepened. The gray sky grew darker, taking on a bruised quality at the horizon where the sea met the air, and the light inside the hearthstone grew warmer by contrast, the firelight and the lanterns creating an amber world within the cold, blue-gray world without. More people drifted in as the afternoon waned, drawn by the promise of warmth and company on a winter's afternoon. Old Nell came in from the back passage, her basket of knitting under her arm, and took her usual chair by the fire. Clara, the schoolteacher, arrived with snowflakes in her hair and a stack of papers under her arm, and she sat at a table near the window and pretended to grade them while actually watching the stranger from the corner of her eye. The retired harbor pilot, whose name was Thomas, came in and ordered a brandy and sat at the bar with Edmund, and they fell into the easy, wandering conversation of men who have known each other for decades. The room filled with the soft buzz of voices, not loud, never loud, but present. A human warmth that complemented the fire's warmth. A sound as comforting as the sound of rain on a roof or the hum of bees in a summer garden. The stranger sat in his chair by the fire and was part of it all, and not by speaking but by being there, by lending his quiet presence to the room the way a deep note lends richness to a chord. After a while, Nell looked up from her knitting and said, addressing no one in particular and everyone at once, "It feels like a night for a story." There was a murmur of agreement from around the room. Winter evenings in Brindle Cove were always improved by a story, and Nell's observation was not so much a suggestion as a recognition of something that everyone had already been feeling, the way a change in the weather's felt before it is seen. "What kind of story?" Clara asked, looking up from her papers. "A winter story," Nell said. "What other kind is there on a night like this?" "A sea story," Thomas said from the bar. "A winter sea story. There is nothing better." "Perhaps our guest has a story," Nell said, and she looked at the stranger with those sharp, knowing eyes, and her knitting needles paused for a moment, waiting. The room grew a little quieter. The fire crackled. The wind, which had been picking up again outside, pressed against the windows with a low, steady sound, and a few snowflakes danced past the glass, the advance guard of what promised to be another night of snowfall. The stranger looked at Nell, and then at the fire, and then at his own hands, folded loosely in his lap. He was quiet for a long moment, and the quiet was not uncomfortable but expectant. The silence before a first note, the pause before a wave breaks. And then he spoke. "There is a harbor," he said, "far to the north of here. You're in a place where the coast turns inward and the cliffs rise high, and the water is so deep that you cannot see the bottom even on the clearest day. The harbor is small, barely large enough for a single ship, and it is hidden by the cliffs so completely that you could sail past it 100 times and never know it was there. The entrance is a narrow channel between two walls of rock, and the current runs through it fast, and the rocks on either side are sharp and dark and covered in ice for most of the year. But if you know the way, if you know the tides and the currents and the angle of approach, you can thread that channel like a needle through cloth, and you come out into the harbor, and it is like stepping into another world." He paused and took a sip of the cider that Marn had brought him, and the room was very still. "The harbor is round," he continued, "almost perfectly round, like a bowl scooped out of the rock by some enormous hand. The water inside is calm, always calm, because the cliffs block the wind from every direction, and the surface is so still that it reflects the sky like a mirror. In summer, the cliffs are green with moss and lichen, and seabirds nest in the crevices, and the water is a deep, clear green that you can see down through for fathoms. But in winter, the harbor transforms. The cliffs turn white with ice. The water freezes slowly from the edges inward, and the ice is not white like harbor ice here, but blue, a deep, translucent blue, like the blue of a glacier. And when the sun hits it, if the sun comes out at all, it glows from within, all as though there were a light inside the ice itself." Clara had stopped pretending to grade papers. Edmund had set down his coffee cup. Thomas had turned on his bar stool to face the fire. Old Nell's needles were motionless in her lap. Even Marin, who had come out of the kitchen to listen, stood in the doorway with a towel over her shoulder and her arms folded, her eyes on the stranger. "I came into that harbor once," the stranger said, "in the deep of winter, on a night when the snow was falling so heavily that I could not see the bow of my own ship from the helm. I had been sailing for days, pushing north through a storm that would not relent, and I was tired and cold, and the ship was crusted with ice, and the sails were stiff with it, and every line on her was frozen, and the deck was a sheet of white that crackled under my boots. I was looking for shelter, any shelter, and I found that harbor." He spoke slowly, his voice low and even with a cadence that was almost musical, each word placed carefully, like a stone in a wall, each pause measured and intentional. The fire popped softly. The wind hummed outside, the snow tapped against the glass. "I came through the channel in the dark," he said, "with only the sound of the water rushing past the hull and the feel of the current beneath the keel to guide me. I could not see the rocks on either side, but I could feel them the way you can feel the presence of a wall in a dark room. And I steered between them by instinct and by trust. Trust in the ship, trust in the water, trust in whatever nameless thing it is that guides a sailor through the dark when all other navigation fails." He paused. The fire shifted, sending the log rolling forward with a soft thump and a shower of sparks. "And when I came through the channel and into the harbor," he said, "the world changed. The wind stopped. The snow, which had been driving sideways in thick curtains, suddenly fell straight down, softly, gently, as though the harbor were a room with a ceiling high above, and the snow was being shaken from it like feathers from a quilt. The water was still. The ice along the edges glowed with that blue light I told you about, and it lit the harbor from below. A soft, ethereal light that made the snow on the cliffs and the ice on the water and the frost on the rigging of my ship all seemed to shine with a light of their own. And it was quiet, so quiet. The only sound was the soft hiss of snowflakes landing on the water and the gentle creak of the ship settling into the stillness." He stopped. He looked into the fire and said nothing for a long moment. Then, very softly, he said, "I stayed in that harbor for 3 days and 3 nights. I anchored in the center, where the water was deepest, and I let the ship rest, and I rested too. I slept more deeply than I had slept in months. The cold outside was fierce, but the cabin was warm, and the stove was lit, and I had provisions enough. And each morning I went up on deck and looked at the harbor, at the blue ice and the white cliffs and the snow falling into the still water. And I felt something that I have felt very few times in my life. I felt that I was exactly where I was supposed to be, not somewhere else, while not on my way to somewhere else, but there, in that moment, in that harbor, in that winter, exactly there." The story ended or paused, because with a storyteller like this it was hard to tell the difference, and the room was quiet for a while. The kind of quiet that follows music when the last note has faded but its presence is still felt in the air. Then Nell let out a soft breath and picked up her knitting, and her needles began to click again, and the spell did not break but shifted, from the intensity of listening to the gentleness of remembering, and the people in the hearthstone settled back into their chairs and their conversations with the comfortable feeling of having been given something valuable and knowing that it would stay with them. The evening continued. Marin served dinner, a roast chicken with roasted parsnips and carrots and potatoes, and thick gravy, and more of the fresh bread. And for dessert there was a pudding made with preserved plums and cream. The stranger ate with the others, at a table this time rather than alone by the fire, and he was a quiet but agreeable companion, listening more than he spoke, nodding at the right moments, offering the occasional word or half-smile that showed he was present and attentive. They did not ask him his name, and he did not offer it, and this omission was treated by everyone with a kind of mutual respect, as though they had all silently agreed that names are not always necessary between people who share a fire and a meal on a winter night. After dinner, as the dishes were cleared and the fire was built up and the lanterns were trimmed, the conversation turned, as winter conversations in harbor towns invariably do, to the sea. Thomas, the retired harbor pilot, told a story about navigating a merchant ship through a fog so thick that he could not see his own hand in front of his face, and the only way he found the harbor entrance was by listening for the bellboy that hung from a chain on the outer rocks. Edmund told about the time he had repaired a fishing boat that had been holed on a reef, working in waist-deep water with the tide coming in, his tools slipping in his wet hands, and how he had patched the hull with oak planking and oakum and a prayer, and the boat had held, and the fishermen had sailed her for another 20 years. Clara told a story that was not about the sea at all, but about a winter she had spent as a child at her grandmother's house on the coast of Maine, where the waves froze as they broke on the rocks, and the shore was covered in a fantastic sculpture of ice that changed shape every day, and how she had spent hours exploring it, finding caves and arches and columns and spires, a whole frozen architecture of impossible beauty. And through it all, the stranger listened, and his listening gave each story weight, as though the very act of his attention conferred upon the teller and the tale a significance that they might not otherwise have had. He was a good listener, the kind of listener that every storyteller hopes for, present and receptive and generous, given back to the teller through his expression and his posture, and the quality of his silence, the confirmation that their words were landing, were being received, were finding a home. The evening wore on, the fire burned. The wind outside increased, and the snow returned, heavier now, driven at an angle by the wind, and you could hear it against the windows, a soft, persistent tapping, like the fingers of a child asking to be let in. The warmth inside the hearthstone seemed to deepen in response, as though the building itself were drawing its walls more tightly around its inhabitants, protecting them from the cold the way a mother draws a blanket around a sleeping child. One by one, again, the people began to leave. Thomas finished his brandy and went out into the snow, pulling his cap down over his ears and hunching his shoulders against the wind. The fishermen and their wives departed, calling good night from the doorway. Clara gathered her papers, now thoroughly ungraded, and left with a glance at the stranger that carried in it all the things she wanted to ask and all the restraint that kept her from asking them. Edmund lingered, as he always did, and then he too rose and went out, leaving behind him the faint smell of wood shavings and the feeling of a large, gentle presence departing. And once again, it was Nell and Marin and the stranger, the same trio as the night before, gathered around the dying fire in the quiet of the late evening. "Another night," Nell said, not as observation but as something closer to benediction. "Another night," Marin agreed. The stranger said nothing. He sat in his chair and looked into the coals, and his face was peaceful, deeply peaceful, the face of a man who has found, at least for now, a harbor of his own. The fire glowed. The wind spoke softly to the walls. The snow fell and fell. Nell knitted for a while longer, and then she put her work away and rose. "I dreamed about the sea last night," she said to no one in particular. "I dreamed I was standing on the bow of a ship, and the water was dark, and the sky was full of stars, and the ship was moving through the water without a sound, like a cloud moving through the sky. And I was not cold, even though it was winter. I was not cold at all." She looked at the stranger. "I think that was your doing," she said. The stranger met her eyes. "Some dreams come from the sea," he said, "and the sea gives them to whoever needs them most." Nell smiled, a small, private smile, and she went out through the back door to her cottage. And the stranger heard her footsteps fading in the snow, and then nothing but the wind and the fire and the slow tick of the clock. Marin banked the fire and prepared for the night, moving through her rituals with the quiet competence of long practice. She set out a cup of warm milk on the bar, sweetened with honey, and she said, "For you, if you want it. It helps with sleeping." He took the cup and thanked her, and she went upstairs to her own room, and the stranger sat alone in the main room of the hearthstone and drank the warm milk and listened to the building settle around him, the creak of old wood, the sigh of the draft through the chimney, the distant rattle of a shutter, the deep, omnipresent hush of the snow. He finished the milk and climbed the stairs to his room. He undressed and got into bed, and the quilts received him again with their heavy, gentle weight, and the chimney wall was warm against his back, and the candle he had lit cast its small, friendly light on the ceiling, and through the gap in the curtain the lighthouse beam swept. Gold, darkness, gold, darkness, slow and faithful and sure. He lay there and let his mind drift. He thought about the hidden harbor he had described in his story, and he wondered if the people who had listened had understood that it was not just a story, that it was a real place, that the blue ice and the white cliffs and the still water and the silence were things he had actually seen, actually touched, actually breathed. But perhaps it did not matter. Perhaps the truth of a story is not in whether it happened, but in what it does to the person who hears it. Perhaps the hidden harbor existed now in the minds of everyone who had been in the hearthstone that evening, as real and as vivid as it existed in his own memory. And perhaps that was enough. That was the only kind of truth that mattered. He thought about the winter song, lying in the ice at the end of the pier. He thought about the way she had looked in the gray morning light, her masts dressed in frost, her hull dark against the white, her name barely visible on her stern. He thought about the sound she had made, that low creak of wood and ice, the sound of a living ship speaking to the elements, and he felt something stir in him, something deep and quiet, like the movement of a current beneath still water. He had known this ship. He had known her the way you know a home, not just its rooms and doors and windows, but its moods, its sounds, its particular quality of light at different times of day, its smell in morning and evening, its voice in wind and calm. He had stood at her helm and felt the wheel in his hands and the tremor of the rudder beneath his feet, and he had felt the ship respond to his touch the way a horse responds to a rider, with trust and willingness and a kind of joy. He had slept in her cabin, in a narrow bunk that was barely long enough for him, with the sound of the water against the hull inches from his ear, and he had loved that sound, the lapping, rushing, murmuring, whispering sound of the sea moving past, carrying him forward, carrying him into the unknown with a promise that was never spoken but always kept, that whatever lay ahead, the ship would take him there. But that was long ago. Long, long ago. The years between then and now stretched behind him like a wake, a long, fading trail of white on dark water, growing wider and dimmer as it receded into the past until it merged with the horizon and was gone. He had sailed many seas and visited many harbors and seen many things, and the winter song had been with him through all of it. And then, one autumn, in this harbor, he had left her. He had stepped ashore and walked away, and he had not looked back, because to look back would have been to see her there at the pier, waiting, and he could not have borne that. He did not think about why he had left, not tonight. That was a deeper current, one that ran through strata of memory and emotion too ancient and too complex to navigate in a single evening. It was enough to know that he had left, and that the ship had stayed, and that now, years later, he had come back, and the ship was still here, waiting in the ice as she had always waited, patient and faithful and beautiful. He closed his eyes. The candle burned down to a stub and guttered and went out, and the room was dark except for the intermittent sweep of the lighthouse, a thin thread of gold that slid across the ceiling and then vanished, slid and vanished, slow and steady and endlessly patient. He slept. The night deepened around Brindle Cove like a dark sea rising around an island. The snow fell steadily, heavily, blanketing the town and the harbor and the cliffs and the ridge road and the valley beyond. It fell on the winter song, adding another layer to the white that already covered her decks and rigging, and it fell on the harbor ice, softening its surface to a smooth white plain. It fell on the rooftops of the inn and the chapel and the houses and the warehouses and the net sheds, and it fell on the lighthouse at the point, where the light continued its slow rotation, sweeping its beam out over the white world and the dark water, with the unhurried faithfulness of a thing that has been doing its work for so long that it has forgotten how to stop. In the hearthstone, the fire in the great fireplace burned slowly through the oak logs that Marn had laid, consuming them with a patient, methodical heat that warmed the stone walls and the timber beams and the air inside the building and the floors above, where the stranger slept in his room beneath the heavy quilts. The fire did not blaze or roar. It simply burned, steadily and quietly, fulfilling its ancient purpose, which was to keep the cold at bay, and to hold back the darkness, to provide a center of warmth around which life could gather and rest. And in the harbor, the ice continued to grow. It crept outward from the pilings and the harbor wall and the shore, extending its reach toward the center of the harbor with a slow, irresistible patience, adding thickness and solidity with each passing hour. The water that remained unfrozen was dark and still, and if you had been standing on the harbor wall and looking out across it, you would have seen the reflections of the snowflakes on its surface, tiny white dots appearing and disappearing as each flake landed and melted, a million small annihilations playing out in the dark mirror of the water. The morning came again, even more reluctantly than the morning before, the sky barely acknowledging the day with a thin, a grudging lightning that was less like dawn and more like a slightly less deep night. The snow had stopped, but the clouds remained, low and heavy and gray, pressing down on the landscape like a lid. The stranger woke and dressed and went downstairs and ate breakfast, eggs and porridge this time, with toast and marmalade and strong coffee, and he sat by the window and looked out at the harbor and at the winter song, which was now even more deeply embedded in ice than she had been the day before. And after breakfast, he did something that he had not done the day before. He asked Marn for a lantern. "A lantern?" she said. "A lantern," he said. "I want to go aboard her." Marn looked at him for a long moment, her eyes searching his face for something, and whatever she found there must have satisfied her, was because she nodded and went to the back of the inn and returned with a brass lantern, an old one, similar in style to the one that burned in the front window, and she handed it to him and said, "Be careful. The ice on the pier will be worse than yesterday." "I will be careful," he said, and he took the lantern and went out. The walk to the harbor was the same as before, down the icy steps, through the quiet town, past the snow-covered buildings and the frozen horse trough and the silent shuttered shops. The air was colder today, noticeably colder, with a bite to it that went beyond the skin and found the bones, the kind of cold that makes you aware of every exposed inch of flesh and grateful for every layer of clothing. His breath came in thick white clouds that hung in the still air for a moment before dissipating, and the snow under his boots squeaked with that particular dry, high-pitched sound that snow makes only when the temperature has dropped well below freezing. He reached the pier and walked out along it, his footsteps following the tracks he had made the day before, which were now partially filled with new snow but still visible, 2 parallel lines of shallow depressions leading toward the ship. The pier was indeed icier than before, as Marn had warned, and in some places the planking was covered with a thin, clear sheet of ice that was almost invisible and treacherously slick. He walked with care, placing each foot deliberately, balancing the lantern in one hand and steadying himself with the other. He reached the end of the pier and stood beside the Winter Song. She was moored with 3 lines, bow and stern and spring, and they were frozen solid, as stiff as iron bars, coated in ice an inch thick. The gap between the pier and the ship's rail was about 2 feet, and the rail itself was at the same height as the pier, the ship having settled slightly as the ice formed around her hull. He stepped across the gap, easily, with the sure-footedness of a man who has stepped from piers to ships and ships to piers more times than he could count. And he stood on the deck of the Winter Song for the first time in many years. The deck was covered in snow, ankle deep, and it was solid underfoot. The planking beneath the snow still sound, still strong. He could feel it through his boots, the particular quality of a well-built deck, firm but not rigid, with a faint give that spoke of good timber properly seasoned and properly laid. He walked forward toward the bow, leaving a trail of footprints in the virgin snow, and he ran his hand along the rail as he went, brushing away the frost, feeling the smooth, cold wood beneath, and a tremor went through him that was not cold, but recognition. The deep, physical recognition of something the body remembers even when the mind has tried to let it go. He reached the bow and stood looking out over the harbor. From here, the view was different than from the pier or the shore. He was on the water, or above the water, or above the ice that covered the water. And the perspective had shifted, and the harbor looked different, wider and deeper and more open, and the town on the hill above looked smaller and more distant, its rooftops and chimneys a toy landscape against the gray sky. He could see the entrance to the harbor from here, at the gap between the harbor wall and the headland on the other side, and beyond it, through the gap, a slice of open sea, dark and restless, flecked with white where the wind raised small waves that caught the pale light. He stood at the bow for a long time, and then he turned and walked aft, past the mainmast, which rose above him straight and tall, its wood gray and weathered but sound, its iron fittings dark with oxidation but free of rust. He came to the companionway, the covered hatch that led below decks, and he brushed the snow from it and tried the latch. It was frozen, but it yielded to pressure, and the hatch swung open with a groan of protest that sounded almost human, a complaint of hinges that had not been asked to move for many years. He lit the lantern and descended the companionway steps into the belly of the ship. Below decks, the Winter Song was cold and dark and utterly silent. The lantern light moved ahead of him, pushing back the darkness in a circle of amber warmth, illuminating everything it touched with a golden clarity that made the ordinary details of a ship's interior seem extraordinary, worthy of attention and wonder. The ceiling, or overhead as a sailor would say, was low, forcing him to duck his head, and it was made of the same oak planking as the deck above, dark with age and smoke from the galley stove. The walls, or bulkheads, were paneled in a lighter wood, perhaps pine, and they were lined with shelves and racks and hooks and pegs, the organized clutter of a vessel that was not just a conveyance but a home. He moved slowly through the ship, holding the lantern ahead of him, and the things he saw were the things you would expect to see aboard a brigantine that had been left to the care of time and winter for many years. But they were also the things you would not expect, the things that made this ship different from any other, the things that told you that whoever had lived aboard her had lived a particular kind of life. The galley was small and neat, with a cast-iron stove bolted to the deck and a copper chimney that ran up through the deck above. The stove was cold, of course, but it was clean, and the pots and pans that hung from hooks above it were free of rust, oiled and protected, as though they had been put away with the expectation that they would be used again. The galley table, a narrow plank that folded down from the bulkhead, was still in its upright position, and beneath it, on a shelf, there was a set of dishes, white with a blue edge, stacked neatly and undisturbed. Beyond the galley was the main cabin, the captain's quarters, and this room was larger, running the full width of the stern, with a row of windows across the back that looked out over the harbor, or would have looked out if the glass had not been covered with frost and snow. The light that came through them was dim and gray-blue, filtered through ice, giving the room a quality of submerged light, as though it were underwater. The cabin was furnished with a simplicity that spoke of a man who valued function over ornament, but who was not immune to beauty. There was a desk, a large, heavy desk of dark wood bolted to the deck, with drawers on both sides and a slanted top that could be raised for writing. There was a chair, a swivel chair with arms, upholstered in cracked leather, the kind of chair in which a man might sit for hours, reading or writing or simply thinking, while the ship moved beneath him and the sea moved beneath the ship. There was a bunk along one wall, narrow and deep, with a wooden rail to keep the sleeper from rolling out in heavy weather, and on the bunk there were still blankets, heavy wool blankets in dark blue and gray, folded neatly, waiting. And there were books, shelves of books, held in place by wooden rails that kept them from falling even in the roughest seas. The stranger moved closer and held the lantern up to read the spines. There were charts and navigation manuals, of course, the professional library of a sea captain. But there were other things, too. There were volumes of poetry, Whitman and Tennyson and Coleridge. There were novels, Melville and Conrad and Stevenson. There were books on astronomy and natural history and philosophy. There were journals, leather-bound, their spines creased with use, filled, he knew, without opening them, with observations and reflections and sketches and calculations, the record of a mind that had spent decades at sea and had never stopped paying attention to the world. He did not open the journals, not yet. He simply stood in the cabin and held the lantern and looked at everything with that same slow, thorough attention he had given to the ship's exterior, taking it all in, letting the room speak to him in its own language of objects and spaces and the memories they contained. The cabin smelled of old wood and salt and cold air and something else, something faint and almost imperceptible, the ghost of pipe tobacco, perhaps, or the residual scent of lamp oil, or the undefinable smell that is simply the smell of a place where a particular person lived for a long time. The olfactory signature of a life. He set the lantern on the desk and sat down in the leather chair. It creaked under his weight, the leather yielding with a sound that was familiar and welcoming, and he leaned back and closed his eyes. And for a moment he was not in a cold, abandoned ship in a frozen harbor in winter, but somewhere else, somewhere warmer, somewhere in the past, somewhere where the sea was moving beneath him and the wind was singing in the rigging and the ship was alive, truly alive, surging forward through the water with all her sails set, and he was at the center of it all. The captain, the navigator, the man who had chosen this life and who loved it with a love that was beyond words, beyond reason, beyond the ability of anyone who had not lived it to fully understand. He opened his eyes. The cabin was cold and still. The frost on the windows diffused the gray daylight into a soft luminescence. The lantern cast its warm circle on the desk, and in that circle he could see the things that lay on the desk's surface. A pair of dividers, their points slightly rusty. A ruler of brass, its edge worn smooth, a magnifying glass with a bone handle, and a chart, folded and weighted down with a small piece of polished stone. The kind of stone you might find on a beach, smooth and gray, shaped by the sea into something that fits perfectly in the palm of a hand. He picked up the stone and held it. It was cold, of course, cold as the cabin itself, but it had a weight and a smoothness that were comforting. The weight and smoothness of something that has been held many times by a hand that knew it well. He turned it over in his fingers, feeling its contours, and then he set it down and unfolded the chart. It was a nautical chart, hand-drawn, not printed, the work of a careful and experienced hand. It showed a section of coastline that he recognized. The northern coast, with its headlands and harbors, and offshore rocks and channels, and it was annotated in a fine, precise handwriting with notes about depths and currents and landmarks and the positions of lights and buoys. Among the notations, in certain places, there were small markings that were not part of the standard nautical charting. Tiny circles drawn in red ink, each one accompanied by a date and a brief word or phrase. He read some of them. One circle, near a stretch of coast he knew well, was labeled Aurora, February 12th. Another, near a harbor entrance, said Calm, Unexpected, November 3rd. A third, at a point far to the north, beyond the last charted land, simply said Ice Cathedral. These were not navigational notes. They were something else. They were the markings of a man who had charted not just the physical features of the coast, but the experiences he had had along it, the moments of beauty and wonder and stillness that had punctuated his years at sea, each one precise in place and time, each one remembered and recorded as carefully as a depth-sounding or compass-bearing. They were a map of memory, a chart of the heart. The stranger folded the chart and placed it back on the desk and set the stone on top of it. He sat for a while longer in the leather chair, listening to the silence of the ship, which was not a true silence but a complex texture of small sounds. The creak of the hull, the distant moan of ice, the faint hiss of snow against the stern windows, the tick and pop of cold wood contracting. These were the sounds of the winter song, her voice, speaking in the language that all ships speak to those who know how to listen, a language of wood and water and wind and time. After a while, he rose from the chair and moved through the rest of the ship, exploring methodically, room by room, compartment by compartment. He looked into the crew quarters, where narrow bunks lined both walls of a long, low space, each bunk with its own small shelf and hook. He looked into the sail locker, where folded canvas lay in neat piles, stiff with cold and mildew. He looked into the forward hold, a cavernous space that smelled of tar and damp wood and was empty except for a few barrels and crates and coils of rope, all arranged with the meticulous order of a well-run ship. Everywhere he went, the lantern went with him, its light finding things in the darkness and giving them back to the world, things that had been invisible for years, things that had sat in the cold and the dark and waited. A carved wooden figure on a shelf in the crew quarters, a small whale done with skill and affection, probably the work of a crew member with a knife and time on his hands during a long watch. A coat hanging on a peg near the companionway, heavy wool, moth-eaten but still recognizable, with wooden buttons and deep pockets. A pair of leather gloves on a shelf in the galley, yet stiff with age, curled into the shape of the hands that had last worn them. These things moved him. Not to tears or not quite to tears, but to a state of feeling that was deeper than sadness and warmer than nostalgia. A state of connection with the past that was as real and as tangible as the wood beneath his feet and the cold air on his face. He touched these things gently, with the reverence of a man handling sacred objects, and then he left them where they were and moved on. He spent the better part of the morning aboard the Winter Song. When he finally climbed back up through the companionway and stood on the snow-covered deck, the gray light was slightly brighter than it had been when he went below, and the clouds had thinned enough to suggest, without quite revealing, the position of the sun, a pale or diffuse brightness in the southern sky that gave the snow a faintly luminous quality. He stood on the deck and looked around at the harbor, at the town, at the white world. And then he did something that he had not planned to do, or perhaps had been planning to do all along without knowing it. He went back below decks and came back up with an armload of things: the blankets from the bunk, the chart from the desk, the little carved whale, the stone. He carried these things across the gap to the pier and walked back along the pier to the harbor road and then up the hill to the hearthstone. Marin saw him coming through the window and opened the door for him, and he came in with his arms full and his cheeks red with cold and a look on his face that was new, a look of quiet purpose, of resolution, and of a man who has made a decision and is at peace with it. "I brought some things," he said, setting them down on the table by the fire. Marin looked at the blankets and the chart and the little whale and the stone, and she looked at the stranger, and she said nothing for a moment, and then she said, "You have been aboard her." "I have," he said. "And?" He sat down and looked at the fire. "She is still sound," he said. "Still strong. Whoever built her to last, and she has lasted." "What will you do?" Marin asked. He was quiet for a long time, and in the quiet the fire crackled and the clock ticked, and outside the wind began to stir again, a low, tentative stirring, as though it were trying out a new direction. "I will stay," he said, "for the winter, if you will have me." Marin smiled. It was the first real smile the stranger had seen from her, warm and wide and genuine, and it changed her face, softened it, lit it from within. "I will have you," she said. "The room is yours as long as you want it." And so Captain Elihu Frost, if that is indeed who he was, settled into Brindle Cove for the winter. The days that followed were quiet days, measured not by events or accomplishments, but by the slow, steady rhythms of life in a winter town. The stranger woke each morning and ate breakfast and walked, either down to the harbor or up to the ridge or through the streets of the town. And he returned to the hearthstone in the late morning and ate lunch and sat by the fire and read or thought or simply watched the snow through the window. In the afternoons he often went down to the pier and aboard the Winter Song, and he spent hours there, below decks, doing things that no one in the town quite knew about but that everyone could guess. Going through the ship's belongings, reading the journals, studying the charts, touching the walls and the rails and the fixtures of a vessel that had been his home and his companion for longer than most marriages last. He did not speak much about what he found there, and the people of Brindle Cove, being who they were, did not ask, but occasionally, in the evenings at the hearthstone, something would emerge, a story, a detail, a fragment of the past that the ship had given back to him, and he would share it with the quiet generosity of a man who has more than he needs and is glad to give some away. One evening, he told them about a winter crossing he had made many years ago, from one coast to another, all through seas that were heavy with ice and weather. He told it slowly, the way he told all his stories, with long pauses and careful words and a voice that was as deep and steady as the sea itself. He told about the way the ice had formed on the rigging, pounds and pounds of it, until the ship was so top-heavy that she rolled dangerously in the swells, and how the crew had climbed the masts to chip it away with hammers and chisels, working in freezing spray and gale-force winds, their hands numb, their faces burned by cold, singing as they worked because the singing kept them warm and kept them together and kept the fear at bay. He told about the night when the storm was at its worst and the sky was black and the sea was black and the ship was a small, fragile thing in the middle of an immense, indifferent darkness. And he had stood at the helm and steered by the feel of the wind alone, because there were no stars and no compass heading would hold in such a sea. And all he had was his instinct and his trust in the ship and the knowledge that somewhere ahead, beyond the storm, there was calm water and shelter and rest. He told the story the way a man tells a story he has lived, with the authority of experience and the restraint of someone who knows that the most powerful details are the ones you leave out, the ones you let the listener imagine for themselves. And when he was finished, the room was quiet, and old Nell looked up from her knitting and said, very softly, "And did you find it? The calm water?" "I found it," the stranger said. "I always found it. The sea has many moods, but it always comes back to calm. You just have to be patient enough to wait." Another evening, he told them about a place he had visited once, a small island far to the north where no one lived but where there was a cabin, a sturdy log cabin built by some long-forgotten trapper or explorer, stocked with firewood and canned provisions and blankets. He had found it by accident, blown off course by a storm, and he had anchored in a small bay on the leeward side of the island and rowed ashore and found the cabin in a grove of stunted pines. And he had built a fire and cooked a meal and slept in the bunk and listened to the wind in the pines and the distant sound of the surf on the windward shore. And in the morning, the storm had passed and the sky was clear and the sun was low and golden on the snow. And he had stood outside the cabin and looked at the world and felt that he was the only person in it, the first person, the last person, the only consciousness in a universe of white and gold and blue and silence. He had left the island the next day, sailing south with a fair wind, and he had never gone back, because some places are meant to be visited only once, and their value lies not in the visiting but in the remembering, in the way they stay with you, bright and vivid and perfect, untouched by return or repetition. These stories became part of the winter at Brindle Cove, part of the fabric of the season, woven into the long evenings and the cold nights and the slow, patient days. The people of the town carried them the way they carried the cold, close to their skin, a constant, familiar presence that shaped their experience of the world. Clara found herself thinking about the hidden harbor during her lessons, imagining the blue ice and the still water while she taught geography to her students. Edmund thought about the ship's construction, about the master builder Halverson and his choice of oak and pine and hand-forged iron, and he felt a kinship with the man across the centuries, a bond of craft and care. Thomas, the harbor pilot, thought about the storm crossing and the moment when the captain had steered by instinct alone, and he understood it because he had done the same thing, in his own way, in his own storms, and the knowing made him feel less alone in his retirement, less cut off from the sea that had been his life. And old Nell, who understood more than she said and said more than she seemed to, knitted her way through the winter evenings with a quiet smile, and the things she knitted, scarves and hats and mittens, seemed to come out warmer and softer than before, as though the stories had gotten into the yarn itself and were woven into every stitch. The weeks passed. The snow continued to fall, sometimes lightly, sometimes heavily, sometimes not at all, leaving behind clear skies and bitter cold, and a landscape so white and so still that it seemed to exist in a state of suspended animation, frozen between one moment and the next, waiting for something, though no one could say what. The harbor ice continued to grow, extending further into the harbor with each cold week, until, by the middle of January, the entire harbor was frozen, a solid sheet of white that stretched from the harbor wall to the headland on the other side, yet smooth and thick and utterly still. The winter song sat in the center of it, frozen in place, her masts and rigging white with ice, her hull dark against the white, a lone, vertical presence in a horizontal world. The stranger continued to visit her. He walked out across the ice now, his footsteps making a soft, crunching sound on the frozen surface, and he climbed aboard and went below and spent hours in the cold, silent interior. Sometimes he brought things back to the inn, small objects, a navigation instrument, a book, a piece of scrimshaw, and he would set them on the mantelpiece in the main room and say nothing about them, and the objects would sit there, quiet witnesses from another time, and the firelight would play over them. And they became part of the hearthstone in the way that everything eventually becomes part of the place where it rests for long enough. One day in late January, the stranger came back from the ship carrying a small wooden box, dark with age, about the size of a cigar box, and he set it on the table by the fire and opened it. Inside, on a bed of faded velvet, was a collection of things so small and so ordinary that they might have been dismissed as insignificant by anyone who did not know what they were. There were shells, a dozen or more, each one different, each one perfect, from beaches around the world. There was a piece of sea glass, green, tumbled smooth by the waves, translucent as a gem. There was a small silver coin, worn so thin by handling that the image on it was barely visible. There was a feather, dark and iridescent, from some seabird. There was a sliver of whalebone, yellowed with age, carved with a tiny, intricate design of a ship under sail. And there was a key, a small brass key for a lock that might have been a diary or a strongbox or a door. He looked at these things for a long time, turning each one over in his fingers, and the firelight caught the sea glass and made it glow, and the silver coin gleamed dully, and the feather shimmered with dark colors. And then he closed the box and set it on the mantelpiece beside the other things, and he sat down and stared into the fire with an expression that was beyond reading, beyond interpretation, that belonged to him alone. A private, deeply personal expression that the other people in the room instinctively looked away from, not out of discomfort, but out of respect, the way you avert your eyes from someone in prayer. February came, and with it the deepest cold of the winter. The temperature dropped to a level that the people of Brindle Cove described, with their customary understatement, as brisk, though in truth,